Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, 2 Cents Finance, and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you? I am Black Business. You Black Business. Listen, I support Black Business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers at the Expo. I'm so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
And Black Business. The moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land, a place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community, full and resources help you become everything you know. unlike anything ever existed. Digital twin of the world around you. Only better. STEM City. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America, and I came with $5 to share that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you keep acting as if you already have it, and then step. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
They had seen and done. As a child of about 8 or 9 years old, I always wanted to grow up and be a part of the movement. But by the time I became of age, it was all over. All of the marching was done. I always felt left out, that I didn't get a chance to participate in the civil rights movement. But little did I know that God had another plan for me as a computer instructor and database developer. But even then, it bothered me that I didn't see many people of color in my classes. That is when Dr. John Ray introduced Dr. Joel Dudley Sr. and Dr. Hugh Dudley of Dudley Products, who had been mentored by the military ruler. Dr. MSI, a national marketing firm. Dr. George C. Frazier of FrazierNet and the Power Networking Conference. Dr. Jackie Mayfield of ComproTax, founder of the largest Black-owned income tax service, and even billionaire Michael B. Roberts. They all believe that the way to close the wealth gap is through entrepreneurship. Because we as the people have to overcome slavery, and secondly, obtain civil rights to be able to eat in a restaurant. Why I created Every.Black to use my vast experience as a computer instructor to teach entrepreneurs how to use technology and artificial intelligence in business. Every.Black members are listed in our online website website directory, promoted in our digital newsletter, our social media, and on our podcast, Mastermind Meetings, where we read positive books, learn from the experts, while networking with like-minded individuals from around the world, educating them about every aspect of becoming a successful entrepreneur. That is what Every.Black is all about. Just go to www.every.black to take the AI and tech classes you need, to register for our mastermind meetings, and to join my family. That's www.every.black and sign up today. Just go to every.black, every.black. No .com, no .net. Just every.black.
Hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishing. You have to download the Hate Time. The large global it's completely free, along with information that you can trust. So go check them out.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and
here. So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
philosophy is that we should be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and do.
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people. Even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena. What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, I developed a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Hi, I'm Barbara H. Smith. Genius is common. My genius is creative coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. It's common.
Past few years, we've seen existing and new initiatives ensure an inclusive global economy or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways. The strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing companies, the youngest workforce, 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion venture capital in 2020. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges of Africans and their U.S. exports again being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities. The global, hopefully, that global opportunities are more interesting than all. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-quality looking locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raised capital, is a table for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that, but corporate entrepreneurial success in the guarantees success in Africa. Developed alongside on the continent, our program cultural comfort, and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement filling seats and board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's youth to redefine their global value. by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative services, including operations management, media marketing, and much more. Presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach full potential. We are while we're here to help you and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us. Business to new entrepreneur to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur realize their dreams by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider with 1.6 trillion our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dreams from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change the future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses, the Black Business Global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black business network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This leads and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a power to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industry, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Enolia Harris Pedro. I'm your business moderator coming from Angola, Africa on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We are going to fireside chat, and I will be your guest on part of that fireside chat. And just to give you a little background about myself, I have a degree in mathematics from the University of Massachusetts in Amherst and an MBA from Regis University. And I graduated summa cum laude, gained induction into the prestigious Alpha Sigma Nu Honor Society with, a couple of decades of traversing intricacies of corporate landscape and leadership and coaching and certain certifications. And in addition to that, I am an entrepreneur. I am the CEO of Enolia LLC and the Director of Operations for Vision Afrique Development. And I'd like to introduce Ida Crawford, our second speaker, who we're going to be interviewing in this fireside chat. Ida Crawford is the founder and CEO of Just Minding My Business Media LLC, and is not only an entrepreneur, but a best-selling author and a media producer. Also, someone who has successfully transitioned decades of experience in computer technology into digital media industry. Her notable contributions include hosting the Just Minding My Business podcast and being the owner of Conversations That Matter, a channel available on Roku, Fire TV, and Apple platforms. Additionally, Ida is dedicated to providing entrepreneurs and business owners with increased media exposure, allowing them to reach audiences they might not otherwise connect with. With her quarterly magazine production and commitment to serving the entrepreneurial community, Ida Crawford exemplifies the drive and passion required for thriving in the ever media landscape. Welcoming Ida Crawford.
Okay. Hello, Dr. Anoya. Thank you so much for having me here today. I really appreciate this opportunity.
It's so wonderful to have you here. We have so much to talk about and to discuss because here on the Black Business Network, we love talking about that business and you are knee deep. So let's go through some of the various aspects as that entrepreneur qualities that you bring to bear, and tell us just a little bit about your business, your main theme business.
Yes, well, the podcasting, we Just Minding My Business developed from podcasting. That's where I started. And
okay,
to present, I have grown the podcast to an international environment where people from all over the world not only interview with me, but also listen to our show on a weekly basis. We interview people from all walks of life, all different ethnic backgrounds, and all different stories, because I believe that everybody on this earth has something that God wants them to do, number one. Number two, they just need a place to amplify and get that message out.
So how were you able to expand that? How were you able to take that podcast from zero to an international base?
Wow. Well, it wasn't easy.
Yeah.
That's for sure. I mean, in the early days, I was hunting for people. But then what I've learned is consistency and showing up on a regular basis. People begin to trust you. And now what happens is agencies reach out to me, business owners reach out to me, and I no longer have to hunt for people. So that's how that all happened. And coming from an IT background, podcasting wasn't on the to-do list.
Okay.
It wasn't anything that I dreamed to do. It just so it happened. I love it. Get to meet so many people, learn so many things. It's an amazing opportunity, not just for me, but for my people that listen and engage with the podcast.
So now, how did the podcast graduate into the full-blown Just Minding My Business?
Well, the different other pieces, the magazine came about because, as we all know, social media is saturated. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
There's no way of knowing whether you're being seen or whether you just don't have the inside intel to know sometimes whether your content is actually being seen by other people. So I decided that, people should explore other mediums of exposure, magazines, people still read magazines, digital
yes, they
magazines.
do.
Not everybody is on social media, which led me to, which comes out quarterly, And basically, what I do with that, the people that I interview have the opportunity to have their interview in the magazine. They have the opportunity to have an article in the magazine as well as a marketing piece. So that way, they take that one interview and spread it in different platforms.
Right, right. So here you are, you have this magazine, and for those people who have had the opportunity to be in the podcast realm and to be in the magazine realm, it is not easy to market. It is not easy to get that following. Was there anything additionally that you really had to step up to in order to really pull that following, to get that energy and that drive going, to get your work out there?
Marketing. Just have to keep showing up, keep telling folks, this is what's happening, this is what I have, check it out, and then also, I invite my guests to also promote their content as well, because at the end of the day, you took time out of your day to do an interview, you put it out there. We create your marketing for
Right.
you. That way
Right.
you don't even have to fuss with trying to create anything. We send it out to you, and all you need to do is share it in your spaces. Now, my new endeavor, Conversation at the TV channel, that's another way that people can get their content out to audiences that they may not necessarily touch. And my whole thing is that one interview, get as much mileage off of it as you can.
Okay.
You can, and people don't realize a podcast speaker use their interviews to get grants, because some grant applications ask you what appearances have you done, and they
Right.
want to know about it. So it
Right.
really is important to be able to get your message out to as many people as possible in order to find your ideal client.
So, it's interesting that you are a powerhouse in not only in a podcast realm, but in the magazine, which is visual. So you have sound, because everybody doesn't necessarily do the visual podcast. Sometimes, so you have audio, you have visual, and you have the magazine pictorial. So in order to really master all three, what did it take?
Well, by me being an IT person, technology is in my DNA. I've been in that realm for over 40 years. I started when in the industry, when I industry, being having systems, because in the computer world, it's all about systems.
Mm-hmm.
And following different, different systems. It's all systems, and when something doesn't work, document what didn't work, what can you do better, what you need to do next. So that's pretty much in my DNA, to be able to, deal with when it doesn't work and be happy when it does.
Do you find one area better to work with than another?
I love the podcasting. I really
Okay.
love that piece of it. And pretty much everything bounces off of that. But I
Okay.
really love the podcasting because it's a very, my show is not a hot seat. It's like we're sitting around the kitchen table just talking. And what I
Okay.
find is when people are very comfortable, they are more authentic. And they tend to talk more about things that they didn't intend to talk about.
So now you're also an author. And tell us
Yeah.
a little bit about your book.
Well, I've been involved in probably about 2-3 anthologies, all surrounded about being a we person, passionate about women in business, because I feel like as a woman, we have our own different struggles that are, you know, it just can't be, the things that we go through on a day-to-day basis is huge. And having another woman to be there to hold her hand, it's just incredible. And in order to make it in this world, you need you need people that understand the one. Secondly, you need people that have integrity and all about helping the person.
Because into industry, and I'm talking about we as women, okay? Especially we as Black women. But we as women, we get into industry, and then there are times that we become very territorial, because it's like it took me so much to get here, and it was hard getting here, and I went through all of this to get here, and then it's like, this is my territory. And then we see the next person coming up, and we're like, nobody helped me, and I want to emphasize how important that attitude is, to say there's room enough for everyone.
Yes.
There's truly room enough for everyone to be able to have a role, play a part, be complementary to what we bring to the table, and the value that we are and the value that we bring. What experience when we work with others?
Well, you know what? I share what my knowledge, because knowledge is to be shared, period.
Yes.
And I don't worry about somebody else. God, whatever God has for me is mine already. And I am happy when other people succeed, because that says to me, especially people that might be in the same industry that I'm in, that gives me hope. Okay, I might be there, but because you may make it as well. So I'm not. I've never been in the people. Never have. Just
Story of how you came. That podcasting piece was your thing. Was it technology first? Like, share with us your story of how you grew into where you're at, because each one of us traverses and navigates life so differently, and this helps other entrepreneurs and helps other technologists understand that they can broaden, that they can expand by hearing the story.
Said, if you would have asked me 20 years ago would I be a podcaster, I would have been like, what is that? And I don't think so. But it all came out of, I started an organization for female entrepreneurs to support them and being able to get their products and services out to market. So that's what prompted me to start the podcast, because most of the women that I was working with at that time were in startups. And I'm also a certified coach. So in order to do business, you got to get your head together first, and one of the things with having a business, you're not going to get a paycheck every 2 weeks or every week or however you used to, it's not the same. Being an entrepreneur is not the same as working a job. Apples and oranges.
Exactly.
And you've got to be able to have your mind, develop your mind, I should say, because you're not there in the beginning. You know, you think you have this wonderful idea and the whole world's just going to jump on it and eat it up. And what you quickly learn, it does not work that way. You're constantly sowing seeds all the time. And sometimes belief is in and out. You know, some days you believe, other days, you know,
Yeah.
I don't know. That's just might not work. So with that being said, you know, I started this organization and wanted to have the podcast in order to help the women to be able to get their products and services out. So that's why that happened.
Okay. So what were some of the challenges that you had to face in pulling the group together, in getting your services out? Because it's one thing, and we tend to do this as entrepreneurs, as just people who are just good in their heart. We tend to want to help everyone else, but then at the core of all of it is ourselves. So how did you prosper? How did you bloom in the midst of all of this?
Well, I mean, I just kept putting it out there. I just showed up.
My name is Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, you know, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red, and I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you know, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, you know, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, having now without her help. You're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, The biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood, I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information, and I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, CMET was there for myself, and, anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54 Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand, like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet. But I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style. And it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, you know, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, you know, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at it. You know, I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. You know, I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. You know, people asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Hello, my name is Mary D. Welch, and I am here today. I am a writer, an author, and I am here to introduce our businesses, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations for the Black Business Network. My name is Mary D. Welch, and I am your speaker for this morning. I would like to let you know about all of the things going on in publishing and why publishing is so important to you. But before I get to that, to let you know that we are all over the country and all over the world, from North Carolina to London to Singapore to Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community, and we are sharing information to all of the Black Business Network. As I said before, my name is Mary D. Welch. I'm a writer and a publisher. For those of you that say you don't, I've heard many people say, well, I'm not a writer. I've never written anything. But the truth is you have a story. So I'm going to share with you some things on how you can get that story down on paper, or for those of you that are more tech and you want to write it on the computer, which is totally fine too, but to get the story down. What I have found is that not only do we have stories, we don't take the time to share them. The stories can be something that happened in your childhood. It can be something that you've experienced as an adult. Whatever the story is, many times they're just in our heads. And we don't want to share them, or we don't maybe not know how to do that. Well, let me share with you some ways you can do that. You may say, well, I don't want to publish it. That's perfectly fine. But you can write the story down because somebody else may see the benefit of publishing it. I have been blessed to write in different areas, fiction. And then in addition to the books, I also write scripts. I write children's books. But I did not find out that I was a writer until about 7 years ago. So it's only been pretty recent. It's not something I was doing. I was doing my whole life, but I didn't recognize it. And I think there's other people that they're the same thing. I was writing on the back of bills, on the back of envelopes, writing notes, writing just a paragraph here and a paragraph there, but not even keeping up with the work, just writing. But I didn't know that I was writing. That was the first epiphany for me, to find out, you've been writing for a long time. I wasn't giving my writing a home. That's what I call it. And you may say, well, what does that mean, to give your writing a home? What that means is the writing was not in one place. And I'm going to show you what my home looks like. So this is a home. You may just a notebook. You can get these any store, but it's just a 3-ring, just a place that all the writings would have been. Now, think about all the years I was writing. I never gave it a home. So guess what? All those writings are gone. But since I have come to realize I'm a writer, then now I give my writing a home, and I have a place for it to be. I have a place to come back to. For those of you that are writers that you like to do, to be on Microsoft Word or any other medium that's computer, which is totally fine, you still want to give your writings a home. You still want to write it where you can come back to it. And I say that because when I write, for instance, if I'm going to use Google Keep, because I do use that. Before I write it down, I put, is this a movie I'm writing? Is this a children's book I'm writing? So before I write it, I put movie. Then I write the title of the movie. So I can always get back to it. Instead of just writing the name of the movie, then I've written it down and don't know where where it is or how to find it when I need it. And many times all I have is a title. That I start with that. But I also have sons that write and they tell me, they go, Mom, I don't come up with my title until I finish writing. So the process of how you do it, it all depends on you. There is no right or wrong. Let me share that. There isn't one. It's not like their way is better or my way is better. It really doesn't matter as long as you get the job done. That's really what counts. So I want to encourage you, if you have ever wanted to write anything, it can be a poem, it can be a short story, it can be maybe something you saw your children do, your grandchildren do, something you experienced. I've had people write situations or stories, actually write an entire movie about a situation that happened on their job. Think about this, happened on a true story. Now, they changed the names because they didn't want to be sued. So that goes without saying. If you're writing something that is true and you don't want to use up their names because you can be sued, that's just the facts, and people have been. So you want to make sure that when you write, if it's a true story, then don't use the names of the people involved. Even if it's a good story, I just would stay away from using the actual names because you don't want that to end up being something where you end up in court having to defend that. But for the most part, I just change the names of whatever I'm writing. Even if it's a true story, I still change the name. Doesn't matter. It just protects me and it protects them, just to have the names changed. But I would encourage you, the way as I was suggesting, when I write, if I'm putting it in Google Keep and I want to know where it is, or whether it's in Google, in the Docs or Keep or whatever, I always put, is this a movie? Is this a poem? Is this a short story? In other words, whatever it is, I always make sure I know that. Is it a children's book? Because it's a lot easier for me to find it when I know where it is, when I can say that about it. Now, for those of you that say you don't have any stories, I already know you do. We all have stories. There's not a person on this earth that doesn't have a story about something that happened in their life. It could be you were roller skating and you fell down and everybody laughed and you were embarrassed. Or I know that sounds kind of like juvenile, but guess what? That's a story. That's a story. Not only do I write stories, I've been blessed to be a ghostwriter. For those of you that don't know what a ghostwriter is, a ghostwriter is the person, you never know who they are, you never meet them, their name is not on anything, but they're under a contract with the person to write the story, probably get it published, everything, and they get paid. But they are never to ever even mention that they were a part of that project. And that's where their pay is. And they don't get any residuals from the project, nothing after that pay, that's it. They really just, you could say, disappear. On the projects I worked on, I can never tell you which ones they are because I would be breaking my contract with that client. And then you'll be like, oh, you wrote that and you wrote that. And the answer is yes, I've written quite a few, but I can never tell you who they are. I can't tell you what the project is, I'll say that. Because that's the honor. I'm honoring the contract with that person by not speaking about that. That's a ghostwriter. Then let me tell you how important that is, because sometimes people have an idea of what they want, but they don't have the time to write it. They just don't have the time. That's the facts. Not that they don't want to write it, that I've had people give me a paragraph. Think about this, a paragraph. I just knew what it was they wanted. And from that, I can write the story because I have the idea. It's not in-depth idea, but I have an idea of where they're trying to go with the story. And then I send it to them and ask them, is this what you're looking for? And I cannot tell you the excitement. They're like, but I only gave you a paragraph. And I'm like, I know, but I'm from that, I've had an idea of where you're going. And from that, I can go in and work and write your story. So I just want to encourage any of you, If you have an idea, the number one thing, and I say number one, write it down. I cannot tell you how many people don't do that one thing. I'll tell you, I'm going to go back and tell you how I became a writer, was because I had gone through some traumatizing events. My youngest brother had passed away from a brain aneurysm, and my mother passed away 90 days after his death. And I was in a depression and grieving and you name it. And through that situation, a friend came over and she told me what she had experienced, her and her daughter, but she wasn't telling me for a reason. She was sharing what they really experienced. This really did happen. And I'm listening to her, and I said, her name was Dolores. I said, Dolores, that's a children's book. I had never written a book in my life. So how would I know? Think about what just happened. How would I know? And all I could say is I believe is because I was in such a state of despair. I don't even know if I was just grasping for something to give me a reason to live. I was just so grief-stricken from those two losses were just so devastating, to lose my youngest brother and my mother so closely together. But I did the one thing that changed my life. I took a sheet of paper and I wrote it down. I wrote down what she said. And I kind of did some fillers in as to what it was, but the genesis of the story was they had bought a chocolate cake with chocolate icing. They put the cake on the kitchen counter, and they were going to have it for dessert after dinner that day. And they decided, oh no, we'll just have it for breakfast tomorrow morning. So they left it on the counter, and it's in a cake box. So they didn't think anything of it. They went to bed that night and they woke up the next day, and she opened the cake box, and the cake was shifting like this in the cake box. It's moving around in the cake. As soon as she said that, I'm like, wow. And I honestly knew. I knew something was wrong. I mean, I didn't know what it was. But then, right then, she could not believe it. She saw the ant trail. An entire ant mound was eating the cake. It's a true story. So I'm just sitting here going, what? So that story, you'll see, those of you that follow me on social media, you'll see that story. That's one of my children's books. And you'll find it on Amazon. So but that book is a true story. Think about this. I wrote the book. Well, not that second. What happened after she told me what happened? Then I got a sheet of paper and I wrote it down. Now, no one told me to write it down. No one said, you need to write that down. None of that happened. I just wrote it down. So after I wrote it down, the next day, one of my grandchildren came over and I read it to her. And she said, she's laughing. She's reading it and laughing. And I am sitting there going, oh my goodness, she's reading my words. And for the first time too, I realized, when did your granddaughter ever read anything you've ever written? She would not know that you wrote anything. So my granddaughter said, Nana, and when I told her, I said, I wrote the story. She goes, Nana, you wrote that story? I said, yes. She said, can you write a story about me? And right then and there, for those of you that are grandparents, know, you will jump over anything, you do anything for your grandkids. Now, here it was the day before, I didn't even know I could write. And now that story is written, she's asking for a story about her. And I said, yes, I can write a story about you, Miss Ann. And I wrote her a story. It was about 6 months later before I wrote her story. Because I called her father, which is our son, and I said, I read it to him. And when I wrote her story, and he said, Mom, you're gifted. I said, really, son? I said, I don't even know where these stories, I don't even know how I got here. And he goes, I don't know how you got here either. but you are right. You're a writer. You are a writer. He said, that story is beautiful. And he said, I remember a few months ago when you read the other story about the cake. And I said, yeah. I said, son, I don't know where they're coming from. So I say to any of you, don't wait to like I did. I didn't even know, like I said, I didn't even know I was right, because now I keep notebooks. Now I write on Google Keep or Microsoft Word or Docs. Now I'm aware that these stories exist. I'm aware that not only do I write them, I have illustrators and I publish them. If you go right now to Amazon, you'll see numerous children's books and more to come. It's now, I'm actually doing a series that I'm writing. It's a world I never knew existed. Never knew existed. And that's just in the children's books. That's not including the ones for adults, which is, as you can see, the one behind me, which is Saying No Nicely. That book was written because I was a yes person. I did not know how to say no. So I actually wrote that book because I struggled with saying no. Now I don't. I've gotten over that. I know how to say no, but remember, it says saying no nicely, not just saying no. You have to do it in such a way. It is truly an art. You do it in such a way that people don't get their feelings hurt and you maintain the relationship. In addition to that, you're setting boundaries. So that's what that book is about, Saying No Nicely. It became number one on Amazon right after it came out. It was number one for 2 weeks. It was still is an Amazon bestseller. I would tell any of you, if you struggle with saying no, you want that book, because that book I have a friend who's a businessman, and he told me, I was not aware of this. He said, oh, Mary, I keep your book on the corner of my desk. I'm like, you do what? So that was news to me. But I understood when he said it, he said, because every single day I have to tell somebody no. But the way I say it is just the way I literally read verbatim what your book says. And they go, okay, thank you. And he sits back and go, it works. He told me this not too long ago. He goes, I hadn't told you this before, but I just want you to know it does. And they're always like, okay, nobody's getting their feelings hurt. Nobody's in their feelings. Nobody's feeling bad. Because if you just tell people no, and you say it in such a way that people get their feelings hurt, I'll be honest, they don't want to deal with you. They won't come back to you. And remember, we all need each other. So don't assume you're saying no today, you won't need that person tomorrow, because you will. That's why saying no nicely is such, I say a good idea, because you still want to be invited to whatever it could be, the dinner or the luncheon or whatever it is. You still want to be invited to it, but you got to be able to say no nicely. So you say it in such a way. So that's how that book came about. Remember, the book Saying No Nicely is based on me. That's me in that book. That's where all those when you see the quotes about how to say it, that's what I had to learn how to do, was to say it nicely. Just as the book, when I was telling about the cake shook, that book, that was based on a conversation. Think about where these books are coming from. I'm not pulling them out the air. They came out of a conversation with people. And that's what I'm saying to you. Other books that now, I must admit, after that, many of the books have been just in my head. They just came. The book I mentioned to our granddaughter, her book will be out soon. And that book, I really made up. I truly made it up. I had to try to figure out a nice character for her and made her story up. But some books I didn't have to make up. Another one of my books, which is for adults, is called Save Your Home from Probate. When you look at the books I write, people are like, okay, I see you writing children's books. I see you write books on saying no nicely. And then you go into something really deep like probate. I do. but I have learned it's okay. It's okay. Whatever I write, it's okay. It's because all of this somewhere touches my life. The book Save Your Home from Probate was based on the fact that I went through probate, and I call probate the devil. So when you go to the page, when you go to Amazon and you put in Mary D. Welch, there will be pages of books that pop up. Pages. But behind each book, there really is a story behind each one, that something triggers something in me. And when it does, then that's when I go and write that down, and I keep going from there. I'm writing a book right now. It's a children's book. And this was based, think about it, you'll see it coming out soon, but it was based on my grandfather. And he would walk me to school when I was in, I'm gonna say the first or second grade. He would hold my hand and walk me to school every day. I still remember that. And then when I got out of school, he'd be standing there and he'd walk me home. And he did that until he passed away. And on the way home, we always went by the store and I could get any kind of candy I wanted. Now, when you're talking to a child and you can get any kind of candy you want, isn't that our world? You can go in there and get, that's when I was growing up. When I was growing up, there were penny candies, which no longer exist. But at the time, you could take 5 cents and go in a store and buy 5 candies. It's hard to believe this was the world at that time, but it was. So he would take me to the store, and I think he gave me a dime. I remember, I think it was a dime. And you could come out there with almost a soda and candy then. And that was heaven for a child to be able to do that. But I think back to those times and I'm like, wow, how comforting was that for me, for him to be standing there when I got out of school. And by the time I was in, I think it was like the third grade, second or third grade, he had passed away. So he could no longer do that. But when he was alive, he did that. He just walked me to school home. I remember I would be skipping with my grandfather because we lived that close to the school too. It was close enough that we could walk. And then I could just walk back home, that kind of thing. So those are stories. Think about what that was. That's a story. That's about a grandfather and a granddaughter and the things we talked about and the things we saw. All of that is a story. So don't minimize your ideas. And I'm guilty of that myself. So I know if I'm guilty of it, I know someone else here is watching is guilty of that. Do not minimize your ideas. Do not minimize your stories. Because think about every single thing you see. Think about this. There's not a plant, and there's not a tree, there's not grass, there's not something that it has to be something that was created by man. It first happened in somebody's mind. And I'm talking about even the computer we're looking at. When I was in high school, the computers were as big as 2 or 3 rooms. And I recall my English teacher in high school saying, one day you're going to have a computer you can hold in your hand. The class burst into laughter, all on the floor laughing. And what do we have now? A computer we can hold in our hands. So I'm saying that to say it may not happen today or tomorrow, but whatever your idea is, don't minimize it. As I'm writing these stories, I'm working on, so I was just telling you one about my grandfather, that I already have the title for that book. I'm working on that. And I just said, the thought of how important that was in my life. I remember my mother telling me, now I obviously wasn't there. I was a newborn baby. And I was the only grandchild on my father's side, but I was one of about 60 on my mother's side. So on my father's side, I was the love of my grandmother's life. And she said she would not put me down. All she wanted to do was hug on me and kiss me and love me because I was her only grandchild. And I said, Mom, all that love, it went into me. and she said, you were so happy as a baby. She was telling me all about it because, how would I know? But all of that, I said, do you know that all that she gave me all she could? She passed away before they were part of the Great Migration. If you're familiar with that, when people left the South and came, they either went up north or wherever they went, but they left the South. And my family was a part of that. They migrated to California. They're part of the Great Migration, going to California. And I remember when I read about the Great Migration, I knew instantly that we were part of that because they were sharecroppers in the South. But when I think that I never knew her, but I have done some going into Ancestry and to see her name and to see my father at 1 year old and all of these things and my grandfather's names and see, it's just amazing. And that was through the census. That's why I saw their names on there and their ages was in the census. And I was like, wow. It was just amazing to me. It was amazing to think that my father was 1 year old. I never even thought of that because all I've ever known, he was grown. So I never knew that. It's like, oh yeah, he was a little boy too one time. He wasn't born that age, but you don't think of that. So I would tell you all of the things I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen, are stories. They're stories. For those of you that hopscotch, double dutch, jump rope, play jacks. It doesn't matter what it is. Marbles, road bikes, road skateboards. You were skating. All these things, somebody in here have done it. Then they are stories. Even if you fell down, even if you got hurt, if you have to go to it doesn't matter. If you have to go to the hospital, I can tell you why I know these are stories. One of our sons actually fell. He almost hit a child. He fell on the bike and hit him and hurt himself because he didn't want to hit a child. He was going too fast and the little boy came in front of him and he fell on the bike and got hurt, punctured a kidney. So is that a story? I think it is. It's a story. So there's no limit. Maybe you got in the car today and the car wouldn't start. Maybe you had to call and get an Uber instead. Maybe you have to go to work, whatever. I remember, and I definitely think about, I don't know why this story just came to me as I'm talking to you, how growing up in our family, there were 5 of us, and my dad called a taxi to take us to school one day because our car was broke and it was raining. And my parents did not let us walk in the rain. That was out. You would think that something was going to happen, but anyway, they didn't. They would take us to school. And so he called a cab and had the cab pick us up and take us to school. And I remember thinking, that was something that was, we had never been in a cab. Why would we ever be in a cab? But that was my introduction into riding in a cab because I had been for the first time because of the rain. I got in a cab and we rode to school. So the cab driver had to drop us off at 3 different schools because I had a sister at the elementary school, I had a brother at the middle school, and I was at the high school. So here we are, all of us going to different schools. And my dad told the cab driver where to drop us, take us and drop us off. And he did. But that was so different. But the truth was, it took me a while to realize he didn't want to be at home with all 5 kids running around that. It was like, no, I'm going to let you guys go to school so I can get some rest. And that's what he did. He put us in the cab and we went to school, did our work. And by the time everything was done, he picked us up. So whatever had to happen with the car at that time, he picked us up from school that day. I just remember all this stuff happening. Think about it. And all of these things are stories. I'm giving you my stories, but I know you have. And when you do, think about this. You're sharing part of your life with other people. You really are. And people want to know, how are you living? How they really want to compare. Was their childhood and experiences similar? Remember, I talked about jacks. I grew up playing jacks. Many of you may or may not remember. I don't even see anybody playing jacks. I don't see anybody playing hopscotch. For those of you who remember hopscotch, I don't see hopscotch. I don't see jacks. I don't see those marbles. They used to have a bag of marbles. I never knew how to pop the marbles and all that kind of stuff. I could never do that. So marbles was out for me. But jacks was something we did play. We would sit and play jacks and sit and play and jump rope. I couldn't double dutch. I could never get the timing right to double dutch. I tried. I never could do it. So think about that. I tried for the longest, and I finally realized, you know what? You're probably not going to be a double dutcher. That's about it. But see, there's somebody here, you probably could do flips in the middle of that double dutch and things like, I mean, no matter how fast they turn that rope. Now, I could turn the rope. I knew how to turn the rope. I could do that. I could get in. I could just never keep it going. I could do like 1, 2, and something. I just could never get the timing right. But I would always watch the kids that could do it. I'd be like, wow, they could get that timing right. They could skip, turn around, do all that. I'd be amazed at the things they could do. I never could do it. But that doesn't mean, am I a bad person because I couldn't double dutch? No. That's just the way, that's just life. That's what that is. That is just life. So just keep that in mind. You have stories. Write them down. And then if you say, well, I have it down now, Mary. I have the story. Now what? That's only step 1. But this is what I tell people. Nobody can edit what's in your head. I can't. I can't tell you how many people tell me, I have all these stories and they're running around in my head. And guess how many stories I tell them they have? They don't have any story because I can't edit it. I have to be able to edit. If I can't edit, you don't have a story. Not just me. I mean, I can be your editor, but you must have someone edit. Other eyes have to look at your story and tell you what's wrong with it. You can't see what's wrong with it. Let me tell you that now. Because we think everything we write is perfect. I do. I can tell you now. And guess what? It isn't. But I've learned to accept it. It took me a long time to get here too. And I'm saying I've learned to accept it. Not so much with the children's books. Children's books, I've never taken one class on how to write a children's book. I've never taken anything. That was innate. I will say that is truly innate in me, the children's books. But now I've gone to writing movies. Now that's a whole nother dimension where I had to go take classes to learn how to write a movie. And I'm still taking classes on how to write a movie and how to not just write a movie, to write a good movie. Because right now, I think I can write a movie, but is it good? And how many times do we see movies? I saw a movie not long ago, and I remember looking at how it ended, and I said, the writer got tired. It was very obvious to me. The way it ended, they were tired because it didn't end well. And I thought, they just decided we got too much money involved in this or whatever. I'm surprised that they even went to make the movie at the rate with the way it ended. It just did not end well. It ended like, what were you thinking? Kind of. I hate movies like that, by the way. When they don't end. I love movies that end well. When they end and they have a twist that sometimes you see it coming, sometimes you don't. But it has to be something that grabs you at the end. It has to be something or near the end. And you're like, wow. I love movies like that when they do not insult my intelligence. They get it. They know I need that twist to make the movie click. This is all real. This is a real art. It's like any other art form. And being able to write, when you're a screenwriter, and because the screenwriting is only, and then you have to get your talent. But the talent is what we quote unquote know as actors. But they call your talent because they're going to take those words and make those words come to life. They're going to become that character that you're putting on that page. That's why the writing is so, so good when it's a good movie. It's just like, wow. I just enjoy a good movie. When it ends well, it ends in a way. You don't expect, you don't see it coming. You didn't see that person. They were really the bad guy, but it looked like they were the good guy. But you couldn't tell they were the bad guy because it didn't look like that. That's always good. It's just twists, those twists. It doesn't have to even be a big one, just a twist that made you think, why didn't I see that person before? Why couldn't I see that they were the bad guy before it became, common knowledge they're the bad guy kind of thing. Those are always usually good. And I like those kind of movies anyway. But I also like romance. I mean, I like the genre across the board. I love mysteries. I think mysteries truly, I'm a Agatha Christie fan, Murder, She Wrote fan. But if you look at today's mysteries, what's the young lady? It's on today. It's on CBS. It'll come to. But anyway, those are mysteries. Now, this is how mysteries work, by the way. Sometimes they show you in the beginning who the bad guy is, and then they let the police. We see how they figure out who the bad guy is, but we know going in who it is. That's another way you can do it. You can do it that way, or you find out at the back end who the person is. In Agatha Christie, you can get, it's usually in the back end. But if those of you familiar with Murder, She Wrote, or Columbo, we know, you may know in the beginning who it is, but we watch how they figure out who it is. That's another way. But they're good. I like those. I don't think we've never really changed that as a society. We still like mysteries. We still like dramas. We will always like romance. I think that will always be. We just like those kind of things. We like anything that makes us laugh. Those kind of things. So they say the hardest thing to write is to write comedy. I've never written comedy, so I can't say. I may be a good comedy writer. I just don't know it yet. But I've always written family. I tend to write family dramas. But who knows? Who knows? So I would encourage you. You know what to do. You know where to write. You know where to keep your writings in one location. I call it your home. For those of you that you may or may not want to put it on the computer and you want to write in the notebook, let me just say this. Whatever I've written in the notebook, I always put on the computer. I never write it in the notebook and leave it there. For me, I always transfer it to the computer and then I start working on it there. So sometimes I just do it in my phone. That could be it. And it's on the computer, or it just depends on your writing. So, but once you have it down and you feel good about it, now it's time to go to the editor, as I said before. You want to edit. You wanted someone to edit. Let me encourage you to do this. You may want a friend to read it. This is what I found when I was having my friends read my work. They didn't find anything. Part of it because they've never written anything. But I would encourage you, get a professional editor. I did let friends read it, and they made comments here and there. But when I had a professional editor come in and really look at the book, it was day and night. They changed this, they changed that. Because that's what they do. Friends, they're more reading your writing than anything. So just keep that in mind. Unless a friend is an editor and going to tell you the truth. I found my friends did very little changes until I just paid an editor to edit it. And you could say they ripped that book apart, but they made a better book out of it. My book started out at 78 pages. When it went to publish, it's 38 pages. Think about that. 78 to 38. Because a lot of the things was redundant. It wasn't necessary. We took out, and I did too, because once they start, remember, you don't have to accept all the changes editors make either, by the way. That's what I want you thinking you do, because you don't. But I did accept a lot of them. Some I didn't. And I kept the words in there when I saw it wasn't redundant, that kind of thing. But I remember looking at it going, wow, that they cut the fat. That's really what it was. They cut the fat and they made it something that you can read the book in 30 minutes. So let me tell you, if you're interested, just go to Amazon. You can get the book. It's still doing well because people want to learn how to say no nicely. That's the book that I'm talking about. Went from 78 to 38 pages, but that's okay. It's fine. Now I would say this too, as I go back to on the probate, but I did not go into details about that. But let me share this with you. Save Your Home from Probate. That book, there's two different versions of that book. One is a California, two different editions. One is a California edition only. That's intentional. California is one of the largest, not the largest state in the United States. I think it's like 39 million people. So I made one just for Californians that are interested in probate. Then I made a separate one that has all 34 states and the District of Columbia. So there's two different ones, but the separate one with the 34 states also has California in it. So you could, if let's say you have cousins that live in another state, then you may want to get that one. But if you live in California and your property is in California, then that's probably all you need is California. And that's it, that kind of thing. There is one change, and that's only just came out recently. So we're going to have to go back and add that to the book. And that is now you have to have two witnesses. Those of you that are interested in the form for this protects your home from probate. And I forgot to even explain to you what probate was. Let me say what it is, because somebody may not know. Probate is when someone owns property. They own a home, predominantly homes, and they pass away. If they have a will has to go before a judge, and the judge probates it or says, yes, I'm going to follow the directions of the person that owned the property. That's pretty much what a will does. If you fill out the paper, when I said save your home from probate, there's a paper or form in there. You fill this out, you attach it to your deed. You do not go before a judge. That's a huge difference, by the way. The property will go to the person, and you go to the county. I say in California, it's the county of records. In Riverside, California, I mentioned Riverside. But if you go, and Riverside has 58 counties. If you go outside of California, it can be the chancery clerk. It can be whoever holds the deed to the property, whoever that is in that state. Every state has its own laws when it comes to property. They can make their own laws when it comes to that. So every state has its own. California, Nevada, Arizona, Washington, New Mexico. I'm naming the states. They're all the same. They have pretty much the same type of paperwork. Texas, Florida, and Michigan, their paperwork is called Ladybird deeds. They're not called transfer on death deeds. Those are the difference. The form that I am sharing with you is called a transfer on death deed. That's for those states. I was naming the ones I named are not the only ones. So if you get the book, you'll see the 34 plus District of Columbia. So District of Columbia is one area, remember, but it's not considered a state. So, but it's in there also. And you can have it's called transfer on death deed. That's the title of the form that you need. The book has examples of all of these forms for every single state and the District of Columbia right there for you. And it explains all the information you need about that and what it can do. It is more powerful than a will. That in itself tells you the power. Think about what I just said. This form is more powerful than a will. And the reason it's more powerful, you don't go to court. You don't go in front of a judge. That's huge. The person can sign it. They're filling the form out. They must have it notarized by two people who, in California, It has to be notarized by two people who do not benefit from the property. Now, in other states, you don't have to have that. It depends on, every state is different. And California just enacted that recently. So the book is going to have to be updated to include that. But when you go to your county to get that form, then you'll get the current form. It doesn't matter. Wherever you go, whether it's the Chancery Clerk's office or in Riverside, it's the county office that holds the deeds. Wherever you go and get the form, you can go online and get the form. It's going to have where you need it notarized by two people, and they cannot be, if they're going to benefit from the property and they are also, and they are part of the notary, then it won't stand up in court. Let me just be clear about that. It has to be two neutral people. Then they'll accept that, and the property would go to them. They would just change the title. Now, let me also add this about the transfer on death deed. On the transfer on death deed, keep in mind that whatever transfers with that property transfers with the property. What that means is, if that property has a lien against it, it goes with it. If that property, whatever it has, it goes. If you have a mortgage on it, it goes with that. All of it goes with it. You don't eliminate anything by changing that title on that deed. None of that changes. So I want to be clear about that. So that's for a lot of people, it can be a good thing. So say the property is paid for, it's free and clear, and they transfer it. That's fine. In California, it's up to 2035 that this is, it's not a law yet. Let me say that now. In California, they're still trying to see, how is this going to work? Is this working well for Californians? So they haven't enacted a law. They're just, I don't know what to call it. It's just in the Senate, or it's just sitting there, and they're really watching to see, is there fraud? And I'm pretty sure there was, because initially you did not have to have those two witnesses. They changed it. So now you have to have two witnesses, and it has to be notarized. So that changed. The form has to be notarized. So there's 3 signatures. It has to be on there. You have the person that owns the property, 2 witnesses, and then you file whatever the filing fee is. All told, it's about $150 max that you'll pay, which is pennies compared to what you're going to pay if you have to go to court and hire a lawyer and all those things that are not fun. So that's why I want to share that. Let me say this to all of you. I'm honored to have been here today, but I want to give you information. If you'd like to get in contact with me, you can. My name is, as I said before, Mary D. Welch. You can email me at Mary, M-A-R-Y, at Mary D. Welch. I am the president and CEO of Front Page Publishing. So we not only do, if you have a book that you like published, we can do that. I have people that work for me. I have editors that work for me, illustrators that work for me. You name it. When it comes to a book, we can do it all. I'll say it again, Mary, M-A-R-Y, at marydwelch.com. You can send me an email with your contact information, and please let me know what it is that you need. That helps a lot. Do you need an editor? Do you need publishing? Do you need an illustrator? You may need all of that, but just kind of give me an idea of what it is that you're looking for. Are you looking to get a copyright on your book? Are you looking to get an ISBN number for your book? What is it that you need? Because then I can better serve you when I know what that is. So you can do that. For those of you, you can also go to my page, frontpagepublishing.com. You can go there and you'll see some of the books I've written, and they are on Front Page Publishing. If you are with a school district and you have children, I'd say children ages TK to 7 in that age group, the books are for that age group, ages TK, which is transitional kindergarten, for those of you not familiar with the term TK, and then goes all the way to about 7-year-olds that read the books, between 7 and 8. So if you're interested, you can get bulk sales on the books, or you can give me a call. Let me give you my number. Area code 619-669-8603. Area code 619-669-8603. And school districts purchase the books, and they're very extremely happy when the kids read them. The books are really colorful. Do I have a book near me? I don't think I do. Oh, yes, I do. Just so happens I just happen to have one. This is one of the books. Justin Lost a Tooth. This is one. I have Bradley Can't Find His Pants. That's another one. Peyton the Pink Well with the Yellow Tail. That's another one. Stuck in the Elevator is another one. So many. The one that's coming out digitally will be coming out, in fact, I think this week, is the title of the book is When I Was on the Moon. And it's about a little Black girl, and she plants her flag on the moon, and the flag says Mary. That book will be coming out. I'm really excited about that. That book, I'll tell you some history about that book. That book was based on a conversation. A conversation. Remember I said that? Many things come just by living. And it was a conversation. And it was actually one of my son's friends. And I dedicated the book to him. And he just said the words, When I Was on the Moon. And I said, just a minute. He said, what happened? What's going on? And I said, that's a children's book. He goes, how can I have said When I Was on the Moon and you know that's a children's book? I said, because I do. I just know. I call it a buzz. It's like buzz. That's what I call it. The minute I hear something, I can tell. And even though one of my sons said, Mom, everything is not a children's book. I said, no, everything isn't. And I don't write everything, but I do know when I hear something that is. I know. And I would tell anybody, write your stories down. Don't worry about what's going to happen next. Don't worry about that. That's what we do. That's what, as a publisher, we do that part. And you come to us and we make these words. Remember, Justin Lost a Tooth was in my head. And as a matter of fact, let me say this. This is one of the sons' name's Justin. I really didn't even have his name on the book at first. I just wrote a book about a little boy that lost a tooth. And then I realized, okay, I think this is Justin. I think this is a book for Justin. And that's how that started. So I would tell any of you, you can do this. Now you may say, well, I only have one book. That's fine. One book is better than no books. So don't think that one book doesn't matter, because it does. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for this time today. I'm just honored that you gave me some of your time to tell you what it is that I do, and however I can be of service to you. You have my number, area code 619-669-8603. Area code 619-669-8603. And you can give me a call there. You can leave a message. That is the office number. Call me. Or you can send an email to mary@marydwelch.com. mary@marydwelch.com. I have been honored to be with you today. Thank you. I appreciate you. And genius is common. And I will see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Mary D. Welch, and I am your business moderator for the morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our first speaker today is Dr. Barbara Wright. Dr. Barbara Wright is the visionary founder of Certified Dream Builder Incorporated, widely known as the architect of dreams and funding, a maestro. Hope I said that right. With over 2 decades of experience in grant writing, educational training, and fund development, she has helped organizations secure more than $150 million. I'm going to say it again, $150 million in grants, contracts, and loans. A former business education instructor and program manager, she has also developed award-winning tools like Budget Builder Pro, Grant Builder Pro, and the Canvas grant writing system. Holding a PhD in religious education and a lifetime Missouri certification in business education, Dr. Wright empowers others not only through funding, but also through her motivational speaking and innovative mindset training. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dr. Wright. Dr. Wright? There she is.
And how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I am good. Glad to be here.
It's always good to see you. Always. I
Yes.
tell you, you're an encouragement, believe me.
Well, thank you so much. That is my whole desire in life, is to encourage people to know that they can make it and they can use the gifts and talents they were born with. I'm a definite witness.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, share with us your background because it is, I mean, impressive.
Thank you so much. Well, I am a grant writer by trade. That's how I started. This was a gift that was recognized by a teacher when I was in kindergarten. She noticed that I had the ability to learn long strands of poetry. So that has followed me into adulthood. Instead of writing raps, rhymes, songs, jingles from a teen, up into young adulthood, I turned that into $100 million grant writing platform, over $100 million. And not only have I done that for myself, I wanted to do it for others. So now I have a full-fledged grant writing app, the first one in the world of its kind, standalone grant writing app on iOS and Android platform. And I have taken it to the next level, and it is web-based now. You can find it, download it for free, called Grant Builder Pro Max. grantbuilderpromax.com, grantbuilderpromax.com, and budgetbuilderpromax.com. Those are my inventions to help all of us to grow in the grant writing. So you don't have to call me anymore. You can just go and put your information in, and then within seconds begin to write your executive summaries grants. But that's not our major thing that we're going to talk about today. Today, we want to encourage you. We want to encourage you to pull your information out of yourself to where you are able to use some of your gifts and talents through the grant writing or however you choose to do it, but so that you are able to use some of your gifts and talents in order to take yourself to the next level. What I was able to do is to become a trailblazer in tech and philanthropy by taking the systems that I use for grant writing and turn them into an actual app that people can use. But that may be my genius, but all of us have some genius. So what I wanted to do today was encourage you to stir up the gifts that are in you and then scale those gifts. Organize whatever it is that you have so that someone else has a desire to do it. And my focus today is on those who are artists, who want to write grants to support their artist work, whether it's visual arts or whether it's regular arts, to help you in taking your gifts to the next level. So I have become a trailblazer in the tech space. And boy, is it really scary, because sometimes I'm having to add different things to the app. I've written the app, Grant Builder Pro Max, and every day I'm having to add something. And you know what? I went to some of those well-known websites like even Google and Yahoo, and they're adding new things every day. And I'm like, okay, I'm not the only one that's having to add new things to my app, because it was scary at first. I'm like, man, every day it seems like I'm having to add something to this app. But you know what? I find that it is par for the course. So sometimes you're thinking, well, I don't have all my I's dotted. I don't have all my T's crossed in business. So I don't even know if I should be starting this business because everything is not together. Well, just know that you are not the only one that don't have everything together, because as I go to some of these larger corporations, they are still adding and improving. So no matter what your business is, you're going to be adding and improving for the rest of your life. So don't stress about it. So yes, I'm trailblazing, which means there's going to be change. I've got proven ideas and tools that have worked for me to help raise $100 million. So why don't I share those with you? Some of you that are raising your money in the arts, that are raising your money through reentry, that are raising your money for domestic violence, that are raising your money to help your daycares and your schools. all of these areas can be helped, whether you're doing affordable housing, real estate. There are different ways that you can raise funds. So whatever it is that you have decided to do, you have to prove your scalability of it, because it's very difficult if you are doing something and you are going to be the only one that's helping you. You want to make sure that you scale whatever it is that you're doing so that you can have some other people that can help you, or you can work yourself into the ground the way I was doing it at first. But now that I have the app set up, a person can start their own grant writing business within a week or two with this app. A person can just write grants for their organization or for themselves. So it is set up to be able to scale to wherever the person is. You can do the same things with your gifts and talents and the things that you are doing. We also have developed a simple framework. In the Grant Builder Pro Max is very simple. You enter in the name of your organization, you enter in just your basic information, and it will do the rest. It builds a job for you. So whatever it is that you are doing, if you're trying to start a business, if you're trying to work with a nonprofit, if you have your arts gift that you are trying to use, I've developed what I call my 4Ds. It's a simple framework, but it helps you take your personal, academic, or professional life to the next level. Those 4Ds is, first D is develop. It's to discover. I'm sorry. Discover whatever it is that you are trying to do. And then once you discover it, you want to design it. So there's 4Ds. The second D is design. The first D is discover. The second D is to design it to where you can present it to the masses, and then define it. And that's the process that I'm in right now with the app. But it's also the process that everybody else is in. Because as I told you, I noticed that Zoom and all of these other people, they're adding and updating. Even my iPhone this morning, it said, we have a new update for you. They're designing, they have developed, discovered, developed, designed, and now they're defining. They discovered or developed, design, and now they're defining. And that defining is probably going to go on as long as you have your whatever it is that you're doing, whether it's personal, academic, or professional. That designing and defining is probably going to go on. And then lastly, you deploy. What hurts most of us is we do not do those 4 steps. Discover whatever it is that you're wanting to do, design it. The defining it is sometimes where we lack, and then deploy. We want to go from, hey, I can do this, and then we deploy, or I can do this, and then we deploy, but we haven't done the steps in between. So when we don't do the steps in between, it makes us have to go back to the drawing board and start again. So you definitely want to discover, design, define, and deploy. So that's the simple framework to having a big movement, which is what we have now. But it took us a long time to get here. Making sure that you are not just an author or a performer. I have developed trainings, I have developed apps, and I model how to use these different things on a platform, on Clubhouse and Zoom on a weekly basis. I have people coming in and I'm teaching them how to use the app and how to use the books. So that opens up another sales platform for me. So this is for you authors and entertainers. Not only do you dance, but you teach dance. You train people how to dance. And that's how you are going to develop a well-rounded platform for you to be able to get to the next level. I'm basically focusing on authors and visual and performing artists, but this is not just for those people. This is for anyone who is trying to do something new. Making sure that you have a framework focused on those 4Ds, which is to discover, design, define, and then deploy whatever it is that you're doing. Now, personally, I have positioned myself for the underserved, the marginalized communities, and all of those. Right now, we may not have the political force behind that. So we have to find other ways to make sure that we are still able to do what it is that we desire to do. So I serve the underserved, I serve the marginalized communities, not just one group of people. I serve the marginalized, which may even be a better way of doing things than the way I did it in the past. So sometimes you do have to make adjustments to how you provide your services and how you get the word out about your programs, products, and services. So we've built apps, templates, trainings, and models of how to get the job done. And that is what you want to do if you are going to be successful. So I position myself to nonprofits and for-profits who are serving those that are marginalized. That is basically my target. Now, there are other people who can use what we do. Sometimes I look at the incomes of the people who follow me and I'm totally amazed at the upper incomes, even though I am reaching out to nonprofits and for-profits who are serving the underserved. That may be anyone, but that's my target. I am a champion for those who are marginalized or underserved. Um, I give. I give a lot. I give to the free workshops every Monday and Thursday. I give a 1.5 hour workshop. Those workshops used to cost up to $349 per person to attend. And I felt an unctioning from my higher power that said, give them away. So I give them away on Mondays and Thursdays. So I do believe in giving. If you are a teacher of the arts or if you provide the arts, you may want to also try giving, because those of you who are authors and you're selling books, you may even give 10% of your book or 1% or 5% of your book to a cause. And sometimes that will cause more people to come back to you. I have had to discipline myself. If you are going to be successful at your business, your nonprofit, your individual gifts, whatever it is that you are trying to do, you're going to have to discipline yourself with logic models and create budgets. Everything has a cost. So how do you create a budget that's going to help you in being successful at whatever it is that you are trying to do? Are you credible? How do you make yourself credible? We talk about that a lot in our books, especially our fund development planning books, to where have you built credibility? Have you met the regulatory requirements? There are 7 different things that I'll talk about here at the end here. And is it better to collaborate over isolation? Are you trying to do things by yourself? You want to collaborate with others so that your work can be better. I didn't do this by myself. I did not do the apps by myself. I had to have a team. I didn't write the millions of dollars in grants by myself. There were many occasions to where I had a team of 6 around me, and I was giving them instructions as to what to do and letting them give me some of their pointers, because the younger people have the technology down. So a lot of times they could tell me, well, Dr. Wright, we need to do this way. Let's do this way. And all of us as a team would get these grants. And I think what kept me being blessed is whenever I would get my bonus for the grant writing, guess what? I remembered everybody who was around the table in that team in putting that grant together. So you're not doing whatever you're doing in isolation. No man is an island. You have to learn to share. I was afraid to share at first because I had all of these books that I've written. I had all of this proprietary information, and I was afraid to share. So it was harder to grow when I was afraid to share. I had to get to the point to where I wasn't afraid to share my information. You want to make sure that you have your eyes on the prize, which is the long game, so that you are able to actually be successful in doing what you do. Now, what are some of the other things that I can tell those of you who are interested in um, being in the business? This information that I'm giving you is coming out of my book that is called um, Program and Fund Development workbook for visual and performing arts. So for those of you that are interested in the performing arts, we developed this book with you in mind. And let me give you just a few pointers before I end this. In the book, we do talk about planning for grants and contracts, pre-program research tools, program planning and development, fundraising and budget planning, and then clickable resources that you can use. And we have a lot of grants listed in there that can help you. Well, in planning, there are those steps that I talked about that you must do if you are going to be a business, a nonprofit, if you are going to be in the arts or any other business for that matter. And I started to speak about those briefly a minute ago. And those are your feasibility. Is what you're wanting to do feasible? Do you have your 5 W's, your who, your who, what, when, where, and why? Have you done your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats? That's your SWOT analysis. Have you done your pestle analysis? Is what you're trying to do politically acceptable, economically acceptable, society and culturally acceptable, technologically acceptable, environmentally acceptable, and is it legal? Those things that you are trying to do, whether you are an artist, you're doing reentry, or whatever type of funds you are trying to raise and trying to get the word out. Um, and do you have a database set up with your information in it to where you are ready to write grants, get loans, or to set yourself up to where you can do fundraising? You need to have all of your documents already ready so that people are not having to look for them. You know exactly where they are. Next, have you done your regulatory requirements? Phase 2, have you met all the regulatory requirements? That's the regulatory requirements for your city, state, federal, local, state, federal, your incorporations. If you are a nonprofit, have you incorporated? Do you have your bylaws? Do you have your minutes? Do you have your 501c3? And if you do have those, are you ready to keep those up? Because if you do not keep those up, guess what? You may lose it. And I'm working with someone right now who lost theirs and they was trying to get retroactive. And if you go longer than 15 months, it's hard to get those retroactive. So when you are successful in getting that 501c3, you need to keep it. You need to make sure that you do whatever it takes to keep the 501c3. And then phase 3 of the 6 of the 7 phases is to make sure that you have business credibility. What I mean by that business credibility for you that are in the arts business and the visual and performing arts and any other business, you want to make sure that you have your banking and business credit readiness analysis report. Have you found the right bank that has grants that they give out? Because many of the larger banks do give out grants. They have wealth management officers. Have you established net 30 accounts or credit cards in the business name? That's going to make you more credible. Do you have an address for your business, whether it's your home or some other freestanding location? Do you have your email address in the name of the business? All of those things make you more business credible. Phase 4 is your brand development. Have you branded yourself? And I talked a lot about that earlier as I was beginning and talking about myself and the things that I have had to do in order to brand myself. One of those things, do you have a logo? Do you have your business cards? Do you have your I can't even think of the name of it right now, but to make sure that you're able to be scanned so that people can find you fast. Do you have your social media presence? Right now, if you put my name in AI, it will give you a long list of things that I've done and tell you about me. And that's because I'm out and have that social media presence. If you put your name in AI and they can't tell you anything about yourself, then that means that you're not out there enough. But if you just go to AI and say, who is Dr. Barbara Wright? AI will give you a list of things because I've been out there. So you want to make sure that you have that social media presence. You have a website. You have your logo and your brand manual. You want to make sure that you have collaborative development. You have some of the agencies that can help you, whether you are into visual and performing arts, or you are doing reentry, or you are doing affordable housing, childcare, schools, faith-based organizations, whatever it is that you're doing, this information still applies. I'm trying to make sure that I keep up with this time so that we don't keep you too long. But phase 6 is sustainability and finance development. Have you created your 3 different types of budgets? Those 3 different types of budgets is your organizational budget. That is the first one. And that's what our Budget Builder Pro app helps you to do. So if you are on the computer, it's Budget Builder Pro Max. If you are on your iPhone or your Android phone, it is just Budget Builder Pro. Grant Builder Pro and Budget Builder Pro will help you organize, even the free version. If you just download the free version of Grant Builder Pro, it will help you put all of your information in one spot so that you know that you're raggedy or ready. Are you ready for grant writing, or are you still raggedy? You can download it for free. Grant Builder Pro Max. Download it for free. Fill out your intake response, or what we in-house we call it expediter, to expedite your process. And it will help you to know whether or not you are grant ready before you go to a grant writer and pay them all your money and then find out you're not ready because you get turned down for every grant. So download those and then it'll help you. But you want to make sure that you do your collaborative development, because you can't go very far without registering with your community foundation, registering on grants.gov and getting your SAM number and your unique entity identifier, your program logic model, which helps you to know step by step what you're going to do, your board members and your advisory board, making sure that you know who your board members are and your advisory board, your community partner relationships, building your MOUs and your letters of support. You need all of these in order for you to be successful in what you are trying to do. And phase 6, the sustainability financial development, making sure that you have those budgets. And I think I was on the budgets before and kind of got off, but your operating budget says how much money you need, and the Budget Builder Pro is what helps you there. I think I kind of went backwards on that. Your project budget is the budget you have to create every time you get ready to go after a grant. That's your project budget. And then your strategic planning budget is the budget to where you look for you project, I'm sorry, 3 years. You project out 3 to 5 years as to where you intend to be. And quiet as it's kept, you really need to do 10 years, but you're just going to put 3 to 5 of those on your strategic planning budget. But you need to be projecting out 10 years to determine whether or not you are going to be sustainable. Because what that 10-year projection does is it keeps you from running into some brick walls. Guys, I know that I started off talking about the artists because that is what I'm focusing on right now. But this is for every type of business and every type of nonprofit. You should be doing these strategic plans and 10-year projections, and you should be looking at everybody else's strategic plans and 10 years and how they are doing things, because that's going to make that's going to have a lot to do with your decisions. And I see she's back. The last phase is to make sure that you get your teams together. You want to definitely have your teams. And that's going to be it for me. Thank you so much. I appreciate this time with you.
Well, I could tell you, Dr. Wright, as anytime I spend time with you, I can't write fast enough. You are
awesome. I'm glad you get some nuggets. If you just get one of them, I'm happy.
You are a wealth of knowledge, but I did have a question for you.
Yes.
And I know you were saying you're focused on the arts right now. Would movies fit into this? Is it only documentaries you can receive funding for, or how does that work?
No, with the arts, you can receive all types of funding, because what you want to do with your arts is focus on workforce development. How can you take what you do and turn it into a skill for someone or help others with workforce development. So if you are doing a documentary, then why can't that documentary be about building, reskilling America? And there's a couple of things that's coming up that we all should be focused on. And one of them is the 250th anniversary of the United States.
Right.
So there's going to be lots of funds for anyone who is doing documentaries on that or working along those lines because you are aligned to what is happening politically. And then the second one is there's going to be 200 different, I think they're calling it the Garden of Heroes. So they're going to be doing 200 different heroes in these gardens, and these statues are going to cost 200,000 each, and there's going to be about 200 of them. So if your documentary or your dance or your whatever it is that you're doing artistically is
Right.
focused on those 200 heroes that's going to be in the garden, then you are much more likely to get funded. Or if you are focused on the 250th anniversary of America. I remember when we did the 1976 celebration. So now we are coming up to the 2026, which is 250 years. So
Wow.
there should be everybody who's an artist needs to
Right.
be focusing on that for 2026, July 4th, 2026. You're running out of time to jump on board, so you better get it together now. So yes, there's funding for everything. You just have to be smart as to how you getting that funding.
Well, I can tell you, I'm listening to you because I write a lot of children's books. So I already, my mind is already going to the heroes of during that
I
time.
heard you earlier talking about going to the moon or whatever.
Well,
So
that's the new one.
exactly.
And it shows because or I shouldn't say never, rarely, I've never seen an African American on the moon. Let me say that. And so
Yeah.
the one that I have, it's since when I was on the moon, and she plants her flag on the moon. That is so different and it's really for little girls because, but it's for anybody. But just telling them, that's not, don't close your mind to this idea of going,
Yes,
so
exactly.
for sure. But I'm listening to you thinking, now, do they have a list of the 200 that they want to make, or is there a list?
I read some of the names that were on the list. So I would say to anyone who's interested, make sure that you Google the Garden of Heroes.
Okay.
And this was a presidential order. And I don't have the order here. You asked the question. I wasn't really, I didn't have the research right in front of me. But if you look up the Garden of Heroes and you look up the 250th anniversary celebration for the United States, I'm sure you will find it. And what they were doing, what I had read earlier was a projection of who those 200 heroes might be.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking, I actually know someone that's a sculptor. They have a statue in a park here in Southern California. So they already have something that they can, look to and see what their work is like. It's a Martin Luther King Jr. statue that they
Okay,
did.
awesome, awesome. Well, they need to be connecting with them because I don't know if when the Garden of Heroes is going to be finished or started, but it was definitely an executive order, and so it will be, and so will the 250th anniversary celebration.
Wow. Well, I'm definitely interested in both of those. I'm just, like I said, I listen to you and you're so full. It's like, how can I get all of this information out? Even with your app, you mentioned about the app. Now we can get the app. Where is it now?
The app is on iOS and Android. It's Grant Builder Pro on iOS and Android. But my desire was to have a web-based app, which came out last week. It's hot off the press. That one you get to by typing Grant Builder Pro Max. It's our Max app because that app is not only the same app that you find on Google and Android. It is a business. It allows you to become a dream builder, and you can have 2 dream team members under you. That's Grant Builder Pro Max. That's the one that's web based. But the 2 on iOS and Android for people who just want to grant write for themselves,
Right.
that is Grant Builder Pro.
I know I do also have a friend of mine. She wants to start a charter school. And
Grant
I
Builder Pro.
And I'm listening to you, and I'm like, wow. And we just had this conversation, and she wants to do something totally different. And this would be a residential charter school. I've
Oh,
never.
wow.
I
Oh,
know.
wow.
So
I can hear so many opportunities in that. Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna get her in contact, and I'm gonna, as soon as we're off, make sure she gets this information, because this is her heart and is interested. She was not an educator. I'm a retired educator, and I told her, I'm so glad that you have the desire to do this. You have the heart to do this. But I've spent over almost 35 years in education, and now I've gone into the screenwriting and writing, just a different career. But I'm just proud of her. She's a young woman.
We have something in common. I was a high school educator for 14 years, and I've been teaching the adult college level for years, because I did both of them at the same time for a while. So we have a lot in common. I guess that's why you can appreciate the information, but I appreciate you. But they can reach me 24/7 at certifieddreambuilder.com. And we have opened up all of our free resources, because normally the free resources, some of them are open to the public, but most of them are open to our members. But right now we have them open to where anybody can go in, and they will be open until Thursday. So anyone who is here today, you have until this Thursday to go in and look at all of our free resources. We have scholarships for students. We have study guides for students. We have all kinds of, for adults. We have business information, personally, academically, and professionally. It is all free. Just go to our free resources and click away for the next few days. And
Wow.
I think a lot of people will find lots of references and resources that will help them out, all for free.
That now I can tell you're a giver. You are you have
I love giving.
You do too. You know what I think we can use. I'm the same way. I'd love seeing people just appreciate the gift of being able to. What does it say in the Bible? Is more blessed to give than receive. I think.
Exactly, because I know that my blessings are not coming back from the person I gave them to, so I don't worry about that so much. Every time I get stressed about it and I feel like, you know what, I've been giving and giving, then something always happens to remind me that I cannot beat God given. So I don't mind doing that at all. I love doing it, and I'm hoping it helps somebody. Again, that's certifieddreambuilder.com, and I'm so thankful for the Black Business Network and Dr. Kelly and the work that he is doing here on the Black Business Expo. And without this platform, I would not be here to give this information today. So I am thankful.
I am too. I'm just to have met Dr. Kelly. I've been honored to be moderator for the program, and he is a blessing. He's a blessing. But I'm listening to you. I'm thinking of so many people that need this information.
Yeah, and if they go to my website, they can find out how they can get it for free. I'm on twice a week, and they can get it for free. It's certifieddreambuilder.com. Just go there. All the information is there. We don't give phone numbers, but they are welcome to go there, and everything there is there to help them get what they need.
Well, your steps, because like I said, since it's so much a part of you. When I heard you talk about the statues, that was one. When just now, the question I have is, if you are not a nonprofit, are you still able to get funding, or you must be a nonprofit?
Yes, there's SBIR, which is small business. I can't think of the term, but they should look up SBIR, STTR, and then there's a lot of grants out there from foundations for marginalized communities and for underserved, unserved. So there's other grants out there from the organizations. Now, if for people who upgrade on my app, you put your information in, it will give you a list of grants that would fund whatever it is that you're trying to do. But that's on the upgrade.
And I believe I've joined your. If you go and you may see my name in there. It's from the last time we spoke. I did join because I was so impressed with everything until. And I'm working on some projects right now, as a matter of fact. And
okay, awesome.
But I'm still infancy. But I know that with what the information you're providing is just phenomenal. So if there's any,
everybody had a start, and like I was encouraged myself just yesterday because it seemed like every day I am upgrading something on the app, and I looked at Zoom and they were upgrading something, and I said, you know what? I don't know why I'm feeling bad that I have to keep adding some things to the app and doing some things, because even Zoom, every day I go in there, they've done something different. Not every day, but every week it seemed
yeah,
like something different. So it's okay. Small beginnings are okay. If we hang in there,
yeah.
we're gonna get to where we need to be. Because it's taken me, I've been working on this app since at least 2009. That's
Wow.
how long it's been, and working on the grant writing to make it finally easy. So I always had the theme, grant writing finally made easy. I can tell you for sure, it is finally made easy. It took me years to get here, but it is definitely finally made easy. Anybody can do it.
Well, one thing, what you're really showing too is that it's not an overnight thing.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No,
You-
it is not overnight. It takes you some time to get to where you're trying to go. And if you're looking for the overnight success, that's what I tell people about grants. Well, I need them in a couple of months. If you need them in a couple of months, you better get a job, or you better do some kind of fundraiser, because grant writing is not like that. And I tell people, if it was that easy, why does it take you 10 years to make a million, even if you're making 100,000 a year? And that's not bringing a million home. How does
yeah,
it take you 5 years if you're making 250,000 a year, or 4 years if you're making 250,000 a year? It takes you 4 years to get to a million. Why do you think you're going to get to your $1 million? Now, I've been able to do that in the last years with several clients. I've gotten them to millions in 6 months because I've
right.
learned some things. But
But then
that don't
that's based
happen
on
for
your
everybody.
experience. Yes. No, that's not the norm. Let's say that.
That's not the norm. So I have to remind people, it takes us time to get to where we need to go. And so just hang in there. I don't care where you are in the process. As long as you are moving an inch forward, you will eventually get to where you want to go. If no other message gets out, I want those 4 Ds, and that's discover what it is that you want to do, design it, and then define it, and then deploy. Don't forget about the 2 Ds in the middle. You've got to design it and define it, then deploy it. If you try to discover it and then deploy it, it
No.
may not work. But keep that in mind for whatever it is, personally, academically, or professionally, that you are trying to do. And getting funding is no different.
Wow. But just keep taking baby steps. That's the
Yes,
key.
exactly.
I tell you.
Exactly.
Well, I'm like, I can't write fast enough. I am definitely because I know and you have to hear everything more than I do, more than once. It's not like you
Yes.
can hear it once, and you get it. It takes time to get it. But I'm so impressed with your knowledge of all of this. It is
Thank you.
phenomenal, really. It really is. And having the app is a game changer.
It is a game changer, and portions of it is free that can really help you. So I would encourage anybody, download Grant Builder Pro Max, or just on iOS and Google and Android, Grant Builder Pro. Grant Builder Pro on the phones, and Grant Builder Pro Max on the computers.
Wow. Well, I can tell you, like I said, I signed up. If you look at the last time we spoke, you'll see my name on there because I
Well,
already knew,
I'm
I
gonna
knew I
go
needed.
look. I did not, because I have a few people signed up, so I haven't really looked. But I'm gonna go look. I appreciate you being there.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I'm a supporter. From the day I met you, I've been just impressed,
I love
and
it. I love it. I love it.
it's been like
Thank you so
phenomenal.
much.
Yes, I'm a fan. I'm a fan. So you
Appreciate
just
it.
keep doing all the things you're doing to help. Um, I mean, whether it's set, so ladies and gentlemen, whether you have a nonprofit, you do or you don't, whatever the case may be, what Dr. Wright is saying, go to it's certified dream builder. If
Yes,
you do this,
certifieddreambuilder.com.
go there. You can start there for free. And there's so many things you can get right there that can help you wherever you are. Whether you are a nonprofit or a for-profit, it doesn't,
Yes,
neither one matters. It matters that you have a dream. That's the key. And you're willing to work at, and if you're willing to take those steps, and don't look for overnight success. That's another thing. It does take time. Everything takes time. and you have to be willing to put the work in, because it's not gonna move forward unless you move forward, and be willing to have your, as you said, have a board, and you need people to work with you. You do. You need a team. That's one thing I have learned. Nothing beats a team. Is to have people. So
Networking is $1 million asset. If you
that's
have that asset, it's $1 million. That's why salespeople make so much money. Networking is $1 million asset.
wow. But one and I have to. I don't want to talk about it on screen, but it's another that I'm working on. And part of me, I'm like, are you trying to take on too much? And then I have to calm. You're like, no. And this it actually is to help society. This is our community, I think, needs this. Is what I've learned. And so it's a project that I'm working on. But also, as I said before, when you mentioned that about the documentaries, that's something I need to look into. I wasn't aware of that. And
Yes.
to actually, that we need to be, mindful of these 200.
Most people are looking for content. On social media, you take your documentary and break it up into little clips, and you've got even more content. But most people are looking for good content. I've been called by a whole bunch of people lately. They're looking for good content. So with you having good content, whether it's a documentary, a book, or whatever, people
Yeah.
are looking for that, especially if it's digital or can be made electronic. Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right. I'm definitely it's going to be made for sure. It's just a
All
matter
right.
of taking the time and staying focused, because what you said, okay, since 2009, you had to be focused in order for this to happen.
Yes.
This
Yes.
and there had to be times when you were wondering, was it ever going to happen?
Most definitely. Most definitely. I wondered, even recently, I was like, because it wasn't where I wanted it to be. But I went head on and released it just basic. And now it's where I want it to be. And so now it's just marketing it, because Nike may or may not have made a better shoe than anyone else, but they marketed it. The iPhone may or may not have made a better phone, but they marketed it. So we can come up with all of these beautiful things, and they go to the grave, and people go to the church and eat potato salad and talk about how good we were. Or we can market these things so that everybody actually knows that they were there, and not just a few people that's at the church eating potato salad when we're gone. So I don't want us to take our gifts to the grave. I want us to stir up the gifts that are in us, so that we can be a blessing to those people that are around us.
Wow. I know. I just recently had someone tell me I need to put all my books in an app. And that I never even thought of that. So that tells you you need that information from younger people. Someone said that to me, and I said, I never thought. They said, you have how many books? And I was telling them, like, you need to have that in an app. And then people can get your app, and now they have all your books in one place. I was like, I never thought of that.
Well, I got inspired just recently with Lael Alexander, Lael Alexander, a young Black man who has just received $500 billion for his technology portfolio. And I had so many ideas and inventions and apps. It made me stand up. It made the hairs on my head stand up. It made me realize that I need to have my technology and inventions in a portfolio, so that someone may discover those as well. So I wish you well in your endeavors as well. And I encourage any of you who are listening to my voice, never, never, ever give up, and continue to build your programs, products, and services for the masses. My rich uncle, Charles Koch, who owns Koch Industries in Wichita, Kansas, I got to study under him. He's one of the richest men in America. I got to study under him for 4 years. And he told me that our job is to solve problems for profit. He taught all of us that our job was to solve problems for profit. So what I learned is I took away, I'm going to my nonprofits, and I'm going to teach them to solve problems for surplus, because you don't have profit in the nonprofit, you have surplus. But guess what? Profit and surplus is the same thing.
Well, I like to tell you, like I said, this is phenomenal, because you said his last name was Koch.
Charles Koch, Koch.
Oh, okay. I was thinking it's one of the Koch brothers. I'm thinking of the other.
He is one of the Koch brothers. It was Charles and his brother. His brother died recently, but Charles Koch is one of what they call the Koch brothers, not Coca-Cola, but Koch. He has Koch Industries, and as I said, he's up there, way up at the top. And I love a lot of what he teaches, and the one thing that I remember and will pass on for the rest of my life is that we do solve problems for profit or surplus.
Profit? I love that.
Right. And that's what gets us what we need. We're not just out there making money, we're solving problems. When you can solve somebody's problem, that's how you can really make the money.
I like that.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I tell you, I'm listening to all these gems for me, but I want to tell you, so from the bottom of my heart, thank you for who
You're
you
welcome.
are.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Bring to our community. You are a phenomenal woman. I want to thank you for being here today. You always are. You always bring these gems, and I'm so excited. I'm just buzzing.
I prayed before I came on because I really was unsure today, but I prayed before I came on. I was like, whatever I say, I wanted to inspire and encourage someone. So I hope you are not the only one, but I'm thankful for the one.
Yeah, well,
You are a Black-owned business and you're looking for new ways to expand your reach. Or you're a creative and you have an amazing story that needs to be told, seen, and heard. Well, at Fave Unite TV, we're streaming the diverse and authentic narratives of Black American culture. At Fave Unite TV, you have access to product placement, feedback loops, promotional spotlights, and other ways to showcase your brand. And we have fans all around the world that can't wait to see what you're up to. So come to Fave Unite TV because we are showcasing the culture 24/7 with Black stories and Black storytellers. Subscribe to FaveUniteTV.com today. And for more information, email us at info@FaveUniteTV.com or call our hotline at 816-819-9939. Fave Unite TV, one of the largest platforms showcasing Black American content in the world.
When you hear the word extraordinary, what words come to mind? Outstanding, above and beyond, yes, way above average, amazing, huge, right? Well, here's what I want to tell you. The only difference between ordinary and extraordinary is extra.
The only difference between hot water and boiling water is 1 degree.
You see, at 211 degrees, water's hot, right? 212 degrees, it boils.
With boiling water comes steam. With steam,
you can power a train. 1 degree. The only difference between winning and losing is belief.
The only difference between a person living their full potential
and not reaching their full potential is desire.
Continue adding that little extra in your community. There's a difference between success and significance. Success is adding value to yourself. Significance is adding value to other people.
The question you have to ask yourself there is, how can I add value to them? So you have to be intentional about how you're going to add value to that person. Everybody wants to know that you have something good planned for them.
1, 2, 3, down.
See, there were two guys that decided to take lunch. They were factory workers. And they sat down, and one guy reached in his lunch pail, and he pulled out a sandwich.
And he looked at it and he says, oh my God, this is another bologna sandwich. He goes,
I don't want another bologna sandwich. I hate bologna. Why do I keep having bologna sandwiches?
His friend said, come on, man, just relax. He says, it's going to be okay. He says, next time, tell your wife, don't fix you a bologna sandwich, and it'll be okay.
He said, leave my wife out of this. I fix my own one every day.
You see, the bologna that we have in our life, we pack it.
The bologna that we pack in our lunch meal, we put it there.
The question is, what bologna are you packing in your lunch pail every day? What bologna are you packing with you from last year into this year? And what bologna are you going to pack from this year into next year?
This young lady right here, I got married when I was 19. She was 17, senior at Washington Marion High School. We didn't want bologna in our lives forever. We decided to live a life of significance and give back to our community that helped us every day. Not every other day, not some days, not most days, but every day to give back to someone else.
The harder you fall, the higher you bounce back.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Akwanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that
have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Infection control and nursing for over 30 years. It is truly my passion. I love being able to see people who are in need go into a facility and get quality care, have quality outcomes, and don't leave with anything they didn't come in with. Infection control experts is really about having the ability to partner with facilities, partner with organizations who may not have the resources to be able to make sure their residents or patients, depending on the setting, get the best care that they have. What we're finding a lot of times is a lot of people are wearing many different hats. And staffing is hard right now. And COVID did a whopper on all of healthcare, and everyone is hurting. So I come in, and our organization, we're here to be that support system for them, to provide that extra pair of hands, the innovation that they need for efficiencies, things that are going to make the difference in what happens. And we don't come in when the surveyors come in. What differentiates us is we're their partner. So when you get us, but we're helping you proactively monitor, proactively engage, proactively look at real-time information so that we can make the difference ahead of time.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. The only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network. It's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge, build relationships, and create economic empowerment. And for corporations, BBN offers a unique opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to diversity and inclusion and access. Submit your corporate commercial today. Sponsor BBN, reach a targeted audience, and support the growth of Black-owned businesses. Our Black Business Ambassador program provides support and detailed information on all activities. From onboarding to mastermind think tasks, they cover it all. Whether you're looking to expand your business or your viewers, BBN brings together the tools, talent, and technology needed to grow Black-owned businesses worldwide. It's where we speak, sell, connect, and rise. Live and on demand. Join the Black Business Network today. Visit bxtv.org to learn more and unlock your global potential, where business is broadcast live, where the future is today. Call 919-308-9090 for your Black Business Fireside Chat today as we showcase your amazing business to over 200 countries. Black Business Network, one of the largest Black business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Call today 919-308-9090 USA.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know? A student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon. Welcome, 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 business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Brandy Hubbard, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Get excited. Hold on to your seats because our next speaker, I am just super excited to have her on the show today. Dr. Karen Hills Pruden is the CEO of Pruden Global Business Solutions Consulting. It's a multifaceted leadership training and professional development organization committed to strategizing with high-performing professionals to learn, grow, and lead. She also is the founder of the Sister Leaders community. Sister Leaders is the brainchild of Dr. Karen's boundless ambition. Here, female professionals are equipped with the tools and the strategies to acquire and sustain themselves in senior leadership with finesse. Dr. Karen has worked in leadership in the tax industry, retail industry, nonprofit, museums, and higher education. Dr. Karen was recently honored with the 2024 Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award, signed by President Joseph Biden. She has co-authored, listen to this, guys, over 30 plus books, most of which are bestsellers. Without further ado, I would love to introduce you all to Dr. Karen Hills Pruden.
Hello, I'm excited about this conversation.
Yes, Dr. Karen. Can I call you Dr. Karen?
Absolutely.
Let me tell you, I'm so excited to have you here. And must I add that she has been an amazing mentor to me as well. And I've had the privilege of being in two of those books that were bestsellers. So I'm super excited about that, right? And I'm looking forward to our next one being a bestseller as well. But Dr. Pruton, let's get right on into it, okay? Take us back to the beginning. You know, what inspired you to create Sister Leaders, and what gap were you hoping to fill in women leadership?
Yeah, Sister Leaders came about out of a problem that I was experiencing in my career. I had worked my way up to middle management, which a lot of professionals do, had my eye on leadership, but I was looking for a mentor to let me know if I was ready, to begin that process of applying for leadership positions. And I didn't know of any female leaders in the C-suite that I could put my hands on, that I could talk to, that I could shoot on my resume, to look over my resume. And so at that point in my career, I had to go up on LinkedIn, and do some research and find someone, site unknown, untested, and shoot on my resume and say, hey, would you be my mentor? And I was blessed with someone who agreed to do it for $350 an hour. Now, this was almost 20 years ago. Your girl won't really rolling like that. She didn't have a whole bunch of $350 to give. But I negotiated 1 hour a month to be with that mentor, and we had a 1-year contract, and she worked with me 1 hour a month. That's $350. And she helped me identify what my USP, which is my unique selling proposition is, which is what makes me different from other people with similar education and similar resume. And what she helped me establish is that what makes me different is that I have a love for data analytics. I have a love for being able to create data in non-revenue generating areas. And so after working with her, I was invited to apply for a leadership position, and I have literally been in senior leadership ever since then. So going on about 20 years. And so Sister Leaders came out of that pain point in my career.
Right. That sounds interesting. And when you say $350 an hour, 20 years ago, I mean $350 a month is expensive. So you invested in yourself.
Absolutely.
And it paid off. So I'm excited because the Sister Leaders Conference is amazing. I've had an opportunity to attend and participate. I'm looking forward to it this year. So it has grown into a major event. How has the vision evolved since your very first conference?
Thank you for asking that, because we have really pivoted. This is our 5th year, so this will be our 5th anniversary of Sister Leaders Conference, but we were born in the midst of the pandemic. And so everyone was at home sitting in front of their laptop. So we were 100% virtual. We were a virtual conference, and we were the new kids on the block. So people had knew me as a speaker and as a professional, but they didn't know me as a host. And so we were 100% virtual. Over the years, coming out of the pandemic, we have moved from being virtual to a hybrid, from being a hybrid, half virtual, and 1 day in person, to last year, we were a full live conference that was globally streamed, because Sister Leaders is a global community. And so this year we will be live as well, globally streamed. And so to be able to move from fully virtual to a live conference while building a community, we have over 3,000 individuals that are in the community, and we have about another 1,000 that are just browsers and lookers. They haven't officially joined yet. So we have really, that's how we've grown. We've grown by adding value to entrepreneurs, adding value to corporate professionals, connecting them to resources, to individuals, to major players in different genres and different industries. And so because we add value, that is how we have scaled and grown into a major event.
That's amazing. I'm excited because this year's theme, you always come up with these amazing themes, okay? But this year's theme is her voice, her vision, her victory. That's powerful. Why did you choose this theme? And what do you hope attendees will take away from it?
Yeah, so her voice comes from I am a female executive leadership coach. I work predominantly with female leaders who desire senior leadership, whether it is entrepreneurship on their own or whether they are working for someone else. And I have found through working with some of these high achieving professionals that they are very humble. And so they are not one who shares their receipts enough, and so people aren't tracking your successes like you are tracking your successes. And so her voice comes from the fact that we need to be very strategic and intentional, and we need to say what our intentions are. If we are experts in the market, then we need to have receipts that generate and show results of us being experts in the market. If we have intentions on doing certain things in our genre for our business, if we are guaranteeing deliverables for our clients, then we need to say those things. So we need to voice, what our goals are. You cannot be the world's best kept secret and be a subject matter expert. Silence is not a superpower. And so that is where her voice comes from. Her vision comes from, I require my clients to be strategic and intentional. You are not a co-pilot in your life. You are the pilot in your career. What does that mean? That you need to plan, you need to strategize, you need to prepare. And so that is where her vision comes from. So if we articulating what our goals are, if we have a plan to implement and to follow and to facilitate, then we will definitely have the third, which is her victory. And it all came about, I want the attendees to understand that you need to be vocal, you need to do the work, and you need to have a plan, and you will be successful if you do those things.
Ooh, girl, I'm excited. I'm ready to go tomorrow to this event. Sister Leaders is it's not just an event, right? It's a movement. It's a movement. And I love it because I love women leadership. What core values drive this community of women leaders?
Yeah, thank you for asking that. So for us, hard work, planning, vision, ethics, being an expertise. I believe that your reputation is something that you need to be able to leverage in the market. So you need to have a reputation. What problem do you solve? What is your specialization? And people need to tie that into what they know about you. What are people saying about you when you're not in the room? And even better than that, what are they saying when you walk in the room? Hopefully it's something positive, and so I want, our core values is to do the hard work, to be experts at what we do. We do not expect to sustain ourselves year after year simply because we are women leaders. We want to be recognized as the best in our field. And part of being the best is professionally developing ourselves. So we're all for ongoing education. Also, part of being the best is to train the next generation of leaders. And that's why the Sister Leaders community is a multi-generational community as well as a global and diverse community, because we're for all women having the sustainability and acquisition of senior leadership for as long as they desire to be in those roles. And so our values are hard work, ethics, and quality product and services. We don't generate no mess in the Sister Leaders community.
No mess.
We are for excellence. And we make sure that our leaders are trained in their particular area so that they can generate an excellent product for their clients.
You said a mouthful just then. That that's really really amazing. You've built your career, as a global leadership strategist and created frameworks like amplify your value, right? How do these principles show up in the conference experience?
Yeah, amplify your value is really leaning into my love for data analytics. As I've been in senior leadership for the last, going on 10 years, but I have a 30-year career. My claim to fame is that I can create a verifiable formula to show the success of my team. And any leader need to be able to articulate the performance of their team in some type of data form, quantitative data in the numbers, but you also need the qualitative data in terms of the story. What is the story that your productivity is telling about your particular area? How does it tie into the organizational goals? If it's your organization, how does it tie into those that you've set for yourself? If you work for someone else, how does it tie into those organizational goals that others have set forth? And so amplify your value has to do with you need to know your numbers. And a lot of female leaders are relational people. They pride themselves on relationships. We need to have relationships, but we also need to know the business side of business, which is the numbers, and amplify your value kind of pushes that home in terms of know your numbers, know how many, know how you sure up in the market, where you stand in the market within your region. Are you the market leader? Are you kind of on par with the market? Like you're in the middle, you're the average student, most people are in the middle, or are you lagging behind the market? And so there are numbers that are associated with that. And then they should also be tied into your organizational goals in terms of, what financial goals that you are setting for yourself as a business, whether it is increasing contracts, increasing revenue, acquiring new clients, the turnaround for the creation of your products and services, increasing the product and services quality, all of that can be generated to a number, and that number will tell you where you stand in the market by your ideal customer. And so that is what amplify your value stands for. It is the quantitative and the qualitative picture of a woman leader doing business, but it is actually done with men and women. But of course, we're talking about sister leaders here.
Girl, that was deep. That was deep. I love it, Dr. Karen. I love it. So, what makes the 2025 Sister Leaders Conference different from other leadership events for women?
Well, I'm a global leader myself. I travel all over this world. In a couple of days, I'm on my way to Barcelona, Spain to speak. And so I've graced a lot of stages. As a conference host, I wanted my conference to take the best out of what I've seen out there in this particular business. And so my conference is different because I allow my speakers who are going to grace my stage to share their area of expertise in different modalities prior to the conference. They get to appear on the podcast. They get to appear as an author in the book. They get to appear as a guest expert teaching a class online. And so different things resonate with different people. Some people learn from podcasts. Some people learn from speaking. We have live speaking as well as we have virtual speaking. And so the Sister Leaders is different because it provides at least 4 to 5 different opportunities before you even see the speaker on the live stage. And so by the time they hit the live stage, you know their area expertise, you know their mannerisms. You can check box whether this is someone that you want to see and make sure that you don't go to the bathroom during the time that they hit the stage type thing. And so not a whole lot of events cultivate their attendees prior to the conference, and that's what makes the Sister Leaders Conference different. Not only that, the people who hit my stage have been vetted, and they generated receipts. So
Yes.
they have real life success. They're not Instagram famous. They have receipts and revenue that are tied to their deliverables, that are tied to their performance, that are verifiable in the market. And so these are people who have walked the walk and talked the talk. They're not theoretical. They're not talking theory. They're talking actual implementation and application that they have done in the business. And I require my speakers to get down to the nitty gritty, meaning don't just tell us how wonderful you are now today. We want to know the nitty gritty part, the bumps and the bruises that you went through in business prior to you getting into your sweet spot, because those bumps and bruises someone else may also go through, and it can help them go through it quicker. And so that's what makes my conference different, the holistic approach it is, and sharing the expertise of my speakers with my attendees prior to them getting on the stage.
And I know you don't play, Dr. Karen. I know they are vetted, okay? You are, you're so meticulous, and everything that you do, it's amazing. So I've been to the last one, and I could tell you it was great. And they don't just, share surface stuff, like you said. It's amazing. Let me ask you, are there any other slots open for someone who might be interested in being a virtual speaker?
Yeah, I do have a handful that are still open, and I kind of keep in my back pocket in case I come across someone. I don't want to have to say we're full. So the opportunity is there for those that may be interested in speaking. Of course, we're at the Rivers Casino October 3rd and 4th. So if someone is interested, you can certainly reach out to me via the website, sisterleadersconference.com.
Right, and make sure you have them receipts now.
You got to have the receipts, because I do check you out.
Right. So, you're known for curating like powerhouse speakers, right? And thought leaders. We touched a little bit on that, but can you share some highlights of who will actually be on the stage this year and what topics they're going to cover?
Yeah, I don't want to burst anybody's bubble, so I'm going to do generalizations, but I'm going to be obedient and answer the question. And so we have Lethea Owens, and Lethea Owens is the president of Black Speakers Network. She is going to be speaking on AI. And of course, we know the world is just topsy-turvy in terms of how to incorporate artificial intelligence in our business. There's a little fear that's associated with some people about the role of AI in business and its replacement of certain roles. But she's going to be talking about how you can use AI as a business partner in your business, and how you can increase the effectiveness and the customization of how you apply business, your products and your services to your customer using programs through AI. And so she's one that I would speak on. And then we have Shay Brown, who's the sales guru, who all things sales. If whether you are a entrepreneur of 1 or an entrepreneur of 20, he can talk to you about different systems that one use for sales. And so he is our salespeople. Myself, I'm a leadership strategist. I work with corporations on their sustainability as well as on their ability to succession plan internally for corporate businesses. But I also work privately with individuals who desire to be in senior leadership. I also have Elaine Powell, who is, if you desire to speak on the TEDx stage, she's a TEDx coach. And so she can help you do that. And so we have a ton of people. I have retired Brigadier General Twanda Young, who's going to be, she's also a co-host this year. And so she's going to be speaking on leadership. But then we also have the Cash Flow Diva, who's also one of the co-hosts as a speaker this year, who is Janet Tompkins, who is going to be talking about her multi-million-dollar projects that she is doing around this nation. And I think her most recent project is about $80 million, a $80 million apartment building. And so she'll be talking about how you can generate legacy through wealth and through real estate. And so those are not all of them. So I apologize to anybody that I didn't highlight. I can't highlight all of them, but I intentionally make sure that people touch every area of business. So we have someone from branding and marketing, from finance, life coach, mental health, spiritual health, all of that, because we do know and understand that we have one mind, one body, and so those things need to be addressed as well, because it can impact our ability to perform in the market.
Ooh, girl, I'm ready to go. Listen, it sounds amazing. Building an event like this, Dr. Karen, of this caliber, it takes vision and resilience. And, I know, child, because doing events like this is a lot of work. So what challenges have you faced as a founder, and how have you overcome them?
Wow. So many challenges. And so what I would mention is that when you are organizing an event, you can't be a one-man band. You have to have teams, and you need to have specialized teams. And so I myself have learned to trust the experts. I have a conference consultant who assists me with filling the room. I also have a sales consultant who talks to me and my team about, sales in the back of the room and selling from the stage. We have audio visual people, we have marketing and branding. I have donation individuals, because we need to secure sponsors. And so the pain points of setting up and creating your own event is that you have to rely on experts, and you have to rely on them to do whatever their area expertise is as well, because you can't be everywhere at all times. And so you are partnering your brand with these individuals. Some of the challenges is that over time, your vision may change. So you may need to switch out some of those individuals, because now you have a different vision. But that comes with growth. There is a level of uncomfortableness that's associated with growth. For me as a founder, I was known as a speaker and I was known as a leadership strategist, but not as an event host. And so every time you add a different title to your name, you start at the bottom of that rung, and you have to work your credibility up. So just because you're successful in one market does not mean you're going to automatically be successful with another title. And so I've had to earn my success of giving a quality event, which with year 5, us being in year 5, has shown that I've been able to sustain myself. But as a founder, you can't assume that just because you're successful in one space that you're going to be successful doing your own event, because there are plenty of things that you need to overcome, and you need to overcome those things quickly, because time is money and money is time. Both.
Absolutely.
They both. And you can't afford to waste either one of them.
Right. So before, we have just a couple of more minutes. So before we go, I definitely wanted to ask you this for the women, right? For the women, and not that we're singling out the men. We love the men too, right? And the men actually come to the event to support the women. So even though it's called Sister Leaders, men are welcome too, right? We need your support as well. But for women who are listening, who feel, unseen or undervalued in their careers, what immediate steps can they take to start amplifying their own voices?
I would say join a community. Join a community, because talking to others will expose you to different methodologies that have been tried and tested in the marketplace or in the workplace. Then you can also figure out which one matches your leadership style. you're going to have to do something different. So why not talk to people who have already accomplished the goal that you're trying to accomplish? And so the number one thing would be community, and also amplify speaks for itself. Amplify means project. So you need to put it out there. What are your goals? What are your intentions are? What are your business intentions if you're an entrepreneur? Add value. I can't stress that enough. We don't just make noise in the market. We add value to our clients. We add value to our customers. We add value to the market. And so for that woman, when she think of amplifying her voice, think of adding, what can I do to add value to my immediate surroundings at this particular time so that they will see me as a subject matter expert. And once they see you as a subject matter expert, then they will serve as your sponsor and your ambassador in other rooms that haven't opened for you just yet.
Awesome. So in closing, before we go, we need people, we're going to have you back because this was amazing, right? How can people get in touch with you? How can they register for the event? And how could they become a part of this Sister Leaders movement?
Absolutely. So we do have a free Facebook group. It's called Sister Leaders Community. Everyone is welcome to join. Again, we have about almost 4,000 people, 3,000 are members, 1,000 are still just checking us out. They're window shopping. But that's the community. And then the conference website is sisterleaders.conference.com. That website is a holistic website. It has everything about Sister Leaders Conference, everything that we offer. It has a video from last year. All the previous speakers who grace our stage are up there as well. So everything you want to know about the different services that we provide for the conference, who our ideal client is, just go up on the conference website and browse and take a look and see what's there for you, because you will find that there is something there for you. And yes, the Sister Leaders community is a community of men and women committed to increasing the number of women in senior leadership.
This was amazing. Her website is amazing. They could reach you that way as well, Dr. Karen, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Sisters with an S. Sisters.
Sister is Sister Leaders with an S.
Sister Leaders. Sorry. Yes, Sister Leaders with an S. Conference.com. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Karen. We're going to have you back before that event in October. Hopefully if there's any room, we can get you back in here because it's an amazing conference. I'm looking forward to, being there myself. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's been a privilege. I love you.
Thank you so much. I'm excited. Thank you for having me.
Yes, so genius is common, everyone, right? And I'll see you all on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.